Hey guys, I'm still here. Let's slow into the game properly so that I have music again. Hello everyone, welcome. Welcome to today's chill hunting stream. Today's stream is gonna be a fairly chill stream. I want to try to see how far I can get today. I'd actually settled down to do some grinding for AR, and then I also realized, wait, now's a good time for me to stream and I want to do so, yeah. Okay, so you know what? Let's just do it. Let's stream. And here I am. Let's see. Hidden waltz. This. Poses. I'm just looking at the quest description. LP do something snore. If I'm not mistaken, that is a. I believe this is a crown quest. This is a title quest. But this is an arena quest. Okay, I think I'll do this. Rathian and Rathalos arena quest and get a new layer armor. I'm curious what that layer armor is. Let's try. I normally do a chat segment before starting stream, but yeah, I just felt like nearly going into the game today. Also, anyone who missed my announcements on my Discord, my cable, my new VR cable, alright, and it works. It works. The white sparkle problem I was having in my VR setup is completely solved. So yeah, I'm happy. That's one thing I don't have to worry about now. Why is my control not moving? Hang on. What? Hang on. No? I don't know why my controller didn't move. How strange. Oh well. Before we go on this quest, let me check something. Alright, one more mission before around in the farm. Alright, let's do it. Oh yeah, a husband and wife in this. Is the wife here? Yep, they're both there. Ah, the husband is huge and the wife is tiny, it seems. Oh. Gonna hunt them both. Alright. Let's get ready. I'm gonna need anti-poison, definitely. For these two. Because they both poison. I'll just do this. Cancel into. Oh, she went the other way. Yeah. Oh, it's fine. That's fine. I can take a bit of poison. What? Oh, okay. Okay, you know this can tend to be good warm up because need to make sure I don't make too many mistakes. Even though the husband and wife don't attack each other, the one good thing about it is that they can still hit each other, even if they're not aiming for each other. Oh! Okay. Fuck you. Yep. Alright. Let's go. The husband's also blind. We can't get a big one off on the wife. And wife is multiple. Alright. Let's go. I'm gonna use the wife to damage the husband and then switch to the husband to kill his wife. Don't worry, chat. This is I'm not making okay, technically I am forcing them to do domestic violence. But it's fine. It's fine. It's all for the greater good, trust me. Trust me. We have layered armor I want. So, yes. Sorry, husband and wife, but you guys do fight each other. I think one more and finisher. Come on. Come on. Put it in place. Be a man. Blow your load all over her. Just like that here. That'll get it to meet with you. What? How did that not? That's strange. Oh, that's better. Wife is stunned. No, we have to try to... Oh shit, I forgot. I didn't bring traps for this. Oh. Did I? Yeah, did I? Wife. Oh. Hi. Wife is done. Ah, damn. Not gonna be able to car. Alright. Fine. How can I? Cats, I need you guys to fight the husband and distract him. Cats, you're not helping. What? Oh, strange. You know, it used to be we could use our cats to distract the monster while we talk. But yeah, with the changes to the cat AI, that doesn't work anymore. Unfortunately. Oh, you missed. Here. Right. Now I can focus on Mr. Husband. He always lands after that, so... Oh, this time to... Oh. Oh. Okay. I probably could have cancelled into this earlier, but oh. Later. Come here. Oh, that procced my intrepid eye. Oh. Yeah. Fuck you. Ah. Fuck. 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 Oh, God. Tired. Alright. Come here. Unfortunately, because I'm about to bring traps, I had to... What? What was that? Oh, he's trying to breathe fire. Oh, I didn't know he could do that in the air. And he's tired. Oh. You know what? I'm just going to do this. Oh, damn. Welcome to the most annoying thing of heavy weapons. Having the monster stagger out of your attack. Stab you? Yes. Stay right there. Gotcha. Ooh, that was my magic signs. Right. Let's see what kind of layered armor we got for that. Out of curiosity, can I actually interact with that door? No. Ah. Oh. Too bad then. Why would they put an open door there if I can't interact with it? Oh. Eh? No. End of hunt screen? Eh? Really? Eh? I mean the animation. Normally there's an animation that plays, but there wasn't one there. Question mark? Eh? Oh. Glasses ticket. Have deadly dance partners. Is it just another pair of glasses? Oh, it's the monocle. Although unfortunately, I doubt I'll use it because if I use the monocle, it's gonna remove my... crown. Yeah, it's a monocle. Probably not gonna get it then. Technically need another one though, but not gonna bother. Not gonna bother. Just go and handle a farm real quick. And then we'll get all grinding underway. I think that was a good... Ooh, a plush? Nice. I wonder what that plush is. Hang on, my eyes itchy. Oops. Misslick. Trash, trash, trash. Trash. All trash. Trash. Always trash. Oh. Let me see what that plush is. I'm curious. Oh, that's cute, but kind of hideous to be honest. Although, hang on, let me see. Aww. Aww. Oh, that's adorable. Okay, hang on. Where do I put that little plush? Oh. Going to put that little plushie down there. There we go. Right next to Poogie. I like that boat model and that little submarine model. For the Kahoot lottery? Fuck that shit. Where is the... There we go. A little toy model next to my other toy models. Meanwhile, yeah, we have... Aww. 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 Oh, it's adorable. Although, hang on a second. I want to rearrange things. Put the movie doll here. And... Wait, no, that's not right. No, we're gonna rearrange this. We're gonna put the... movie doll there. Movie doll there. And this will be Lucky Feeling. There we go. I kinda wish that the room decorations were more substantial in this, but oh well. It's still nice. Decorations and wall were way more substantial. We could change the entire look of our room. Ah, fuck! Fuck, no! Okay, that's what I get for not drinking coffee. I drink coffee. Oh. Heck deal. Really? Cheers. Yeah. Let me just check something real quick. Yeah, right. Let's go. To manage your farm. grab the loot. Thanks, guys. Come on. Any rare finds? Nothing worth buying, so let's. Anything here? No. No. Nope. Right. Great redfish, good. Bunch of lawns, jellies, and ghost jellies. That's alright. Oh, they got me mandragoras. Oh, actually, that's good. Mandragoras is one of the mets that we were running low on, so it's good that they got me mandragora. Let's see, where can I get a lot of fish? We have another dragon here, but this gives me 2 fish, so I'm going to send up the cats to get some fish. Let's see, who do I want to send up? Hello. Yes. Steel Grey, Warbinger, and Riddle. Off you guys go. Give me a second, I just remembered that I forgot to do something. But, let me set something up on the side real quick. Right. Let's see here. What do I need? I have a lot of immunizers. Light powder. Let's craft a little bit of them. Hello. Enough seeds. Although they are a little bit low. Although I think I'm running low on fish again. So okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're going to right. I'm gonna go fishing. Oh, and bugs and fish. Okay, could you get me some popfish? Okay. Get me some scatterfish and Kaiwan. Give me some godbugs. Off you go. And remains the only cat that has armor. Armor doesn't really affect this calculation for stuff, so it's fine. Although I wonder if it's a good idea to give Pain metal armor while he's going underwater. I'm sure she'll be fine. He's got 9 lives. Actually, technically she's got infinite lives, so doesn't matter. It's actually a movie I was thinking of watching. Not anytime soon, but there was a new Puss in Boots movie. You guys know the Puss in Boots character from Shrek? Apparently he's getting a movie. Although It's a bit weird. The Puss in Boots movie. Nothing to do with the story or anything. Do I have any Diablos? Only 2. Give me a second. Direhorn. This is reward hit 0 faint 4 times. That means that's a... It'll give me less money. This is the only one. It gives me... It's neutral. I will do this. Yeah, the Puss in Boots movie, something about it is weird. Antonio Banderas' voice... Okay, oh no. I should say the voice of Puss in Boots sounds different to me. In that movie. I'm not sure if it's Antonio Banderas. And if it is Antonio, I wonder if his voice has changed because it feels like the voice is different. Oh, okay. I'm the Jackson. Of course, it didn't give me all of my buffs, but it's fine. I'm used to it. I believe Diablos is technically classified as an aerial, if I'm right, even though he never flies. If I'm not mistaken, Diablos is classified as an aerial wyvern. So we'll use that. Now I want to see how this weapon looks while I'm fighting with it. I don't actually use this gun lens, even though the GL is supposed to be the back in base. Back in base, right? The GL was the best GL. I never used it. I believe in base GL, in base Sunrise, my GL was the Paralysis GL, if I'm not mistaken. That was the main one I used. Fortunately, the Paralysis GL in Sunbreak. Wait, no, I didn't use the Paralysis GL in Rise. I used the Magna GL, right. It was the Magna GL that I used. And it was in Sunbreak that I used the Paralysis GL a lot. I really wish I could use it, but sadly I can't. It's too weak to use. Even though Paralysis is my favorite status and the massively buff status. Oops. Almost forgot. I got it. Did I miss that? Why did I just not see it? Might just not see it. I'm really bad at spotting Startle. People keep saying I'm blind. Back when I streamed Fallout, I had so much trouble spotting things in the dirt. I walk into so many landmines just because I couldn't spot them. Oh well. The good thing this game doesn't have landmines. Okay, no, technically it does have landmines. As cookies, as landmines, but it's fine. Fine. Not like not the kind of landmines that are impossible to spot. Yeah, landmines that glow. That's my. Oops. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. There we go. Hey. Oh. Technically in the same area. If we get there fast enough, we can force them to fight each other. I still need to take my buffs. Okay, is that war to leave or to fight? It's to fight. Right. Yeah, +1. Let's go. You're gonna help me, Azakis. Let's go. No, you don't. Fuck off. Right, he's entered red mode. Good. Fuck off. Finish him. I'm kind of pushing him to a bad area, but I'll... Oh god damn it. Fucking Bazakis, get out of here. Yeah. Hey. Can't stick your drugs. Ah, god damn it. Oh, that hurt. Oh! Ah, fucking. Did he cancel all of that attack? Oh, is that always that fast? Good job, Cat. Swipe. Stack burst. Change. Cancel. And fuck you. Ah. What? Oh, you gotta be shitting me. That tail slam went through my trapid heart and the rock hit behind me. You gotta be shitting me. What? You know what? Oh, I'll take it. Fuck you. What did you try to get behind him but I got stuck on it? No, you don't. Fuck you. How did I pop the red node on his head and not his foot? No, I'm not going to question the hitbox of this damn thing. Yup, he's leaving. Of course he leaves right when my cat brings out his ult. Ugh. Oh well. Ah, damn it. The other monster's leaving. Oh well. It's fine, it's fine. We don't need him. Maybe I'll mount him later. Let's go. Fuck you. Really? Oh, that's the wrong time to do that. Fuck. You know what? Fine, fine. If we're gonna have to waste that, we're just going to take advantage of this mount and find ourselves a friend to play with. Hi! Okay, okay. Oh, fuck. No, that's not good. Get him. Oh, shit! Damn. Fuck. Okay, I need to try to get mounting. Okay, good. Finish the first mounting. Oh, calculated. Gonna say that's calculated. Oh, God, fucking. Breathe at it. No, you don't. Fuck off. Fuck you. Oh yeah. Haha. Did I proc that explosion with a kunai? No, I'm not gonna question it. Ah, damn. Oh, come on. Oh, fuck. Ah, goddamn. Okay, I'm not doing that well. Fuck you. Fuck you. What? Really? Fucking Ash? Ah, goddammit. Yeah, god. Yeah, that attack is annoying. Leaving? Yeah, of course. Of course he leaves right after my cats put down their smokers. They always fucking leave. immediately after the cats put down the smokers. Ugh. Ooh, Teostra. Okay, let's see if we can get Teostra to help us. Get there quickly. I see that bug over there, but we want to get to Teostra. Yes, we want Teostra to help us. Teostra, could you help us? Please? Will you please?
さらに強くこの軍陣でてめえは折れる
Oh, God damn it.
さあ行くぜ仕掛けてくるぜ
I was going to try to proc mount on the Teostra, but sadly I failed. Oh, it's fine.
愛してるぜ俺のお供よ俺のお供さいせーの
I still can't figure out the hitbox for the attack and how it's supposed to work. Fuck you.
でかいのが来るぜ仕掛けてくるぜ
Oh shit.
I was about to try to.
Are you fucking serious? Over here.
ぶちかますぜ
I kinda wish you saved that for after you got a cat. Oh,
俺のお供最高
Nice. I think that was the first wall I was able to redirect.
oops. Oh,
愛して
looked like he was going to do a
用
tail
心しろ
sword.
よ
Give me that.
Sometimes that second sword can
Hit behind him, so you have no choice but to.
assume that it will.
Thought he was going to sleep.
Oh, and he staggered out of the
逃げやがったな
Can I get Teostra to help me?
I don't think so.
Wait, no, I can't.
引くぜ
I know what I need to do to get Teostra to help me.
Oh wait, I don't need to do anything.
Teostra's already going there. Okay,
Let's go.
Teostra.
Oh, they're all here.
Oh,
Well, going to use as
そういう始めるぜ
many.
monsters as I can against Diablos.
Okay, I got. Switch to Teostra. Okay. Eat. we go.
でかいのが来るぜ。総流行くぜ。
Your turn, Teostra.
Unfortunately,
He's already.
doing his finisher because. Oh shit! I'm aiming at the wrong monster.
No!
No. Okay, never mind. It hits both of them.
It's fine, it's fine.
Even though I missed the.
First, get up the finisher because
I was aiming at the wrong monster. Oh well.
治療本能
fuck you.
だぜ。面倒な状況だぜ。
Could you fuck off? Mr. Poke Poke?
I don't need you anymore.
Please fuck off, thank you.
Use tends to quickly sharpen.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Oh,
I almost thought I wouldn't be able to block that.
用心しろよ。
oh here.
俺の音も最高。 どうだ。
Easy.
Relatively easy.
もらうぜ。
I believe I only just crested.
Level 100, so
See how much EXP I can get from this.
I doubt I'll be able to hit.
111 today, but we'll see. Technically, this is going to be a shorter stream, or at least I intended it to be a shorter stream.
Just to.
Test out my new encoder settings. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Hopefully the stream looks good, but it's hard for me to tell. Well,
I'm in the game itself.
I'm gonna have to check the recording later.
Right, let's see. That's by Achilles heel. Hehe.
Alright.
Yeah, I just.
That just pushed me over level 101.
This number right here.
We need that to be at least 111. And I doubt we'll be able to get there today.
Oh. And keep grinding.
I wish there was... Okay, technically there are ways to get bonuses on that, but...
I need to.
I need to get lucky with the...
やあ、こんにちは。
with the
安静。
random investigations.
Yeah, plugs an offensive card.
Sucks. Unity sucks.
All sucks.
The gunless looks quite cool. but yeah, not my style. I'll probably switch it for a different gun lens.
元気そうだな
Excuse me. Like, there is a very specific gun lens that I want to use, but I can't remember. Did I already make it? Well, it's not a question of did I make it. It's also a question of does it exist in this game? I don't think it does. Sadly, hang on, let me check something. It was a very weird looking gun lens from World, but I can't remember if it was available in Rise. My memory tells me that it's not available. Yeah, it's not available. We don't have we have the dog gun lens, not the cat gun lens. Which is unfortunate. I wish I had the cat gun lens. The cat gun lens is very, very weird looking. But it's a fun looking gun lens. Is there a gun lens I want? You know, the spider. Gun lens looks quite cool. Let's try it out. One of the spider gun lenses. See how it looks. This is the lava spider. What's the colors of the standard spider again? I keep forgetting. Right. I don't think I like the colors of the standard spider. Let's try the lava spider's colors. Yeah, it looks. Da, 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 da. Any other Diablos? Nope. So we have no choice but to do this one again. I really wish that this game has EXP bonus events. That would be nice. But sadly they don't. Oh, green level. Nice. Alright, let's go. If I'm not mistaken, I believe not the quests I'm doing right now, but the best way to get research level is actually to do the multi-monster investigations, but I don't really enjoy multi-monster quests. I much prefer hunting a singular monster. And part of the reason why I don't enjoy multi... Oh, I forgot to fix up my stuff. There we go. As I was saying, part of the reason why I don't enjoy multi-monster hunts is the fact that monster HP in multi-monster hunts are cut by about half if I'm not mistaken. So in individual monsters don't take as long to die, which I feel like, yeah, it's a change meant to make it so that multi-monster hunts aren't a slog, but at the same time, it kinda feels artificial, if I can use that word. It feels artificial, like
達成も近そうだ
it's something that they did just for gameplay purposes rather than, you know,
終了開始だ
any in-universe explanation for it. Hey guys, if you can understand what I'm getting at. And for me, being immersed in the game is really, really important.
はい取った
So yeah. Maybe I can cut short my collection route. I very much like to be immersed in my games. Immersed in the world, immersed in the role that I'm playing in the game. It's technically part of the reason why I do not enjoy looters as an RPG mechanic. Because if all I'm doing things for is just magic number go up, then you know, it kind of takes me out of the experience a little bit. So yeah, that's why I don't particularly enjoy the looter aspect of RPG games. But in games like these, where I'm making my own armor, that's perfect for me. Hello, Skyblock. How's it going? Welcome. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome to Anomaly Research Grind. Trying to get to AR 111 before Title Update 3 comes out. Powders. Powders.
力を引き出せ
Fish. Oh, god damn it. The only reason he's raging is because of the fucking fish. God damn it. I hate those fucking fish. Those fish are fucking pain. Massive pain. Right, let's go. Where are you going? Fuck you. Fuck you. Okay. What was he aiming for? Stab. Hang on a second. Could you stay right there, please? Oh, he destroyed the rock. Okay, over here.
罠大成功
Stab. Back up. Charge. And fuck you.
いくつ仕掛けてくるぜ
Oh, he's gotta be careful of that second hit. Right.
さすが俺のお供
I mistimed that. Oh. Ah. I still can't tell the difference between the tail of his one of his horn attacks and that tail attack. The tails look very similar.
It's probably because he makes the same audio cue and
And very audio focus.
probably too audio focused to be honest.
でかいのが来るぜ
Good job, Trap.
で仕留める
Okay, I don't think I'll be able to hit him with this. Oh, I managed.
To hit it. Nice. Charge! Go! Fuck you.
一歩前進
Oh, perfect. Slam, burst.
Swipe and stab. Stab.
Oh, he's tight.
Spiritedly, thank you. Stab.
え
達成も近そうだ
Alright, I'll take it.
Ah, too early.
Stabbing the ass.
Should have probably shielded that, but oh.
Give me, thank you.
仕掛けてくるぜ
How am I not hitting him?
てめえは俺が狩る
Really? Hit him, hit him. Fuck you.
Is he going?
さて追いかけますか
I don't think I can get any of the monsters to help me. Oh, actually, you know what? It's faster if I go straight back to camp and use the camp to refresh my weapon.
はい着いた
Alright, let's go. Can't remember where the other. There they are.
Right.
While he's still distracted, let's prepare this.
Right.
Would you come over here?
Please?
依頼一致ぶちかますぜ
Big one.
And cancel into number 2? Fuck you.
買いだぜ
Ah, damn it. That was the wrong time to get the Thunder Blight on him.
Fuck. Oh.
総量行くぜ
You know what? Fine. We're going to take this opportunity to get a monster to help us.
Mr. Kushala. Would you like to help us?
I'd appreciate it.
Come here.
Oh, I didn't know that that charge can has part break on it.
How many hits him also?
That's good to know.
Get him!
Nice. Right. Breathe on him. And now finish.
決まったぜ
Nice. Oops.
I didn't mean to do that.
さあ行くぜ
Oh well.
I kind of
Fucked it up a little bit, but it's fine.
stab. Oh.
Oh, doesn't matter.
Oh.
Alright, alright then. Stay there, please.
Thank you. Oh, god damn it. Really?
Oh, fuck you then. I'll do it manually.
Oh, really?
Oh. Hmm.
Right then, let us do this. Sadly, my big one is still on cooldown, so I can't use it. And he'll wake up before it comes off cooldown. In that case, let us perform this as the wake up.
Big wakey.
Slam burst.
And start.
Ah, really?
Good job, Cat. Perfect timing.
Razuki's appeared, really?
Huh.
I didn't know that all the dragons could leave to
Give room to.
a normal monster.
Oh,
Learned something new today.
fuck you. Give me that. Thank you. Come on.
Oh, really? Keep underestimating how.
Far back the hitbox of their attack goes.
Come here.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately, our Thunderblight was wasted, but
Oh,
better luck next time. Go to that camp.
the camp is faster.
Get a free replenish.
Give me that. Thank you.
Now let's go.
This is the fastest way to get down here.
From the camp. Now let me put up all my buffs. Eat a
Steak. Delicious steak.
Pull him
Into the wall.
and let's go. Stab. Back up
Charge.
and
Fuck you.
oh god. What? Oh wait. Oh.
Still hit him. At least I think it's still hit him. Not entirely sure.
No, you're not.
Uh-huh.
Number 2, there we go.
Oh damn.
What?
How did I... How's that too early? That's when I got the time right.
Oh. Eh. Oh, hi.
Ah,
I was gonna get his ass kicked.
he always gets his ass kicked, but oh,
Time for you to help me.
それを行くぜ
What? What's he doing?
fuck him up
Cancel?
and finish her.
Also weird animation that
本
Diablo stick.
全開だぜ
kind of just ran straightforward. It wasn't an attack.
じゃんぜ
I'm not entirely sure why he did that.
俺の音も最高
Fuck you. Good. Gotcha.
Could you come back here, please? Or not.
He's gonna be stuck in a corner forever.
Oh well.
捕まって
Oh,
Oh,
完璧もらうぜ
was it the steak tick that killed him? Or
he...
one of the explosions? I think it was a steak tick that killed him.
I'll keep...
Collecting notes, pray for a good
はい取った
investigation.
Any...
Any red notes?
No?
いただき
Oh.
Oh,
Ah,
I wonder what else they're going to add in Title Update 3.
ちょろいもんだぜ
They already mentioned some of the features they're adding, but they're mostly just... Those are all just features. I'm interested in monsters.
what monsters are they adding?
I don't think they've hinted at any monsters yet. Coming to Title Update 3.
Exploding his ass.
Yeah, that's all the love EXP I'm getting from this hunt.
Yeah, there's no way how I'm getting to level 111.
This stream. If I'm lucky, I can get halfway to level 111. Then next Monster Hunter stream, I'll be able to get there.
Fucking AR grind is so
よう
annoying.
こそ完成
It's gonna be even harder once.
Once...
What was the name of that game again? Dark Tide comes up because
Darktide's gonna distract me.
よーしやるぞご利用どうも
oh shit.
Fuck. Should aim properly. Whoops.
Hang on. Hang on.
Hang on. There we go.
Wait, right here and
Up here and good luck
そう
charm.
だな
remember to pet the little baby owl for good luck. take a 2 to 3 minute washroom break.
I have to go to the washroom.
I've been hunting for an hour and a half, so yeah, I need to take a washroom break. You guys get up and stretch your legs as well, okay? If you've been here all this time. I'll reach. Let's see here. Alright.
I enjoy the nice background.
Parrot, bolt. Actually, hang on. Can I turn around here? There we go. Yeah, my foot is hanging off the side, but
Doesn't matter.
okay, chat. BRB.
Hi, I'm back. It took a little longer
than I expected because I had to check on something. That is fine. Nothing important. Nothing terribly important. I'm just... my little baby niece is up and
playing.
outside. Let me get back into my...
Set up real quick.
Give me a second. Da, 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 da. Back into my chest harness. There we go. Evan, there we go. Right. Okay. Let's see here. I'm back. Oops, sorry. My chair wheel hit the mic stand. Sorry about that. Let me get that out of the way. There we go. Da, da, da. Da, da, da.
Let's carry you for moments.
Can I hydrate real quick?
Alright.
In a second, I have to do something at the side.
There we go. Okay. Oh. I will prep.
Actually, never checked. Is there a place I can send my Kahoot up here? Doesn't seem like it.
Kind of curious about something.
Guess there's another platform. Oh god damn it. I messed up the button input for that.
Hang on.
There's another platform over there we can land on.
Kind of curious about.
Whether or not I can do anything with the Kahoot here.
Is there anything we can do with the Kahoot here?
No.
Nothing at all?
Time to go away. And there's technically this thing we can climb here.
No.
Is there anything I can do with the Kahoot?
Still no, huh?
They went to design this little platform. Well, the extension you can stand on. You would think that they would do something with it.
But apparently it's just something you can stand on.
Part of me wonders just how much stuff ended up on the game's cutting room floor, because
Yeah, we have this platform up here.
that ostensibly has nothing. As far as I know.
With all the stairs over there.
There's this platform, but we already know that one of the girls stands over here. I don't know what the platform up there is for. Whether any NPC ever stands up there.
I often wonder how different this game would be if the corona didn't happen.
Because this game, unfortunately, it got impacted quite severely by the corona. Still dire skill, damn. Level 100. I need a Daimyo Hamator and it needs to be level 90 plus. Daimyo Hamator is a 1 star. I want to try something, chat. Oh wait, it's a 2 star. Yeah, I want to try something. I want to see if hunting monsters in the anomaly quest counts for that. I'm guessing no. Press investigation coin. Research? Yeah, I'm gonna guess that the answer is no because there's level conditions and these quests don't have level conditions, they're just quests. Which is unfortunate. Oh, let's see if we can get lucky. Let's see if we can get down to a 2 star and find ourselves a Daimyo Hamator. Omudron, Ragnakadaki. I'm looking for a hunt that gives me the most, or the highest bonus, but at the same time is a low star monster. Can I beat this? It's really short time and only faint twice. 25 minutes. Time limit. The level is quite high. I'm not sure if I have the DPS to pull this off, but let's try.
I tend to shy away from
any quests where the time limit is shorter than 30 minutes because I'm always afraid that I don't have the DPS to pull this off, but let's try it out.
Let's see how it goes. I have a chance.
Nice. I got all the buffs.
Good girl.
Help me in this quest. Alright.
Let us go.
I'm also going to be using a shortened version of my collection route. Just to make sure I don't run out of time. Let's go.
Oh god damn it. That's annoying how the dog sometimes slips off.
Alright. Get this. Jump here.
Give me that.
Jump here, Yoshi.
Get that.
Give me that.
Jump. Yoshi.
I mistimed that jump, but oh well, doesn't matter. Right, we're gonna
Go this way. Here.
God damn it.
Oh, got it. Nice.
Right,
Uh,
back to camp. Let's see.
switch.
Well, let's see. Who do I want? If we can get that quickly, we can get Tigrex to
Fight the spider. So,
let's go. Ah, damn it, the spider's leaving.
uh,
No choice then, we have to use our
spider on Tigrex.
eat.
Eat.
Let's go. Ah, I didn't see that. Oh, well, doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, spider.
Come on. Come on, walk into those explosive bats.
Okay, good.
No, you don't.
Fuck you.
Why?
Fuck up. First,
That, and then immediate cancel.
go. Oh.
Ah! Oh, I forgot how often she
Spams that move.
Yeah, yeah.
Cat.
A little help here, if you don't mind.
Fuck you.
Okay. Bitch.
仕掛けてくるぜさすが俺のお供
Kill. Nice. Right. Charge. There was a third part brick in there that I do not know the source of. Oh, that's right. Hi, Epic. How's it going? Yeah. Did that not? Did that miss my shield? Oh, nice. Stab. Oh god, fucking get off me! I don't want your sticky white stuff. Oh, she recovers from tired stance very quickly. I need to rev it. There. Eh. Oh,
罠にかかったぞ
stab. Slam first. Swipe and stab.
愛してるぜ俺のお供よ
Stab! Ah. Kind of back too far. Ah, damn. I plugged in traffic. Stay right there, please. Thank you. Oh, another trap. Alright. Thank you for bringing lots of traps, cats. Okay, now here comes the most annoying part of fighting Ragnar Kadaki trying to hit her head. Or she's just gonna leave and not let me hit her head at all. Fucking bitch. Well, it's a wasted Thunderblight, but then again, Ragnar... With Ragnar, it's fucking impossible to hit her head, so... I wasn't going to really be able to proc that anyway. Yeah, how are you guys doing in chat? Everyone nice and comfy? Having a good day? Hope you guys are having a good day.
どれどれ
The crab is there. Okay, come on, come on. You have to get there. Quickly. Get them to fight each other. Come on. Come on. Fight. Fight each other. Right. Oh.
総流行くぜ
Fuck off. Beam her. And beam. Fuck. You. Oh.
Yeah, right about.
Okay, I'll take it. Where do I want to take her though? Oh, I have an idea.
I have an idea.
Let's go this way. It's not the way I wanted to go. Hang on.
Back up a little bit.
This is the wrong way. I want to go... I can't go through there.
It means I have to go here. And here.
Right. Bonk.
And
bonk. And ah, damn. I. Okay, one annoying thing about riding the monster is that they have very weird. The way they react to being thrown is a bit weird, but oh, it's fine. It's fine. Come over here, bitch. I still have a blue spider on me, so I can use the blue spider. Come on. Come on. Hey, look, I'm sharpening. I'm sharpening. Don't you want to hit me? Come on. Look at me, I'm sharpening. Come on. Come on. And cute. Did that count as hitting her or not? I'm not sure. Good job, Cat. Back up. Charge. Fuck you. Oh, she's tired. Isn't she going to enter egg sack stance? Ah! She should be entering egg sack stance now. Why is she not? Wait, now she's gonna enter egg sack stance. Oh, that is strange. I just noticed what happened. We had broken both of her front webs, but she didn't enter egg sack stance from it. Oh, I've never seen that happen in real. Ah, what? How did that go through my guard? Fuck you. Oh, god damn it. I hate how she spams that fucking attack. Really, Cat? You hesitated? God damn it, Dewey! Next time, just shoot. Alright. Let's get a quick attack in. Fuck you. Stab. Gotcha. Right. Nice, I managed to get this off before I lost the fire button. Okay, Numi, fire. Well, no, not when she's moved away. Numi, you're missing your attack. Oh shit. Yeah, I mistimed that. did not roar.
つかまつぜ俺の音も最高
Ah, damn it. I got pushed into the...
Area of the fire breath.
逃げやがったな
Oh.
I don't know how much health she has left.
I think...
We're doing okay.
この粉塵で強くなれ力を引き出せ乗ってきたぜ
Go!
Oops.
Fuck you.
Oh god. Honestly, that flamethrower attack is the second biggest reason why Anomaly
Spider is so dangerous. Because she does it twice.
愛してるぜ俺の友よ
eh,
俺の音も最高
Good job, Cat.
back up.
Charge. Come on.
仕留める
Nice. Please latch on. Of course it fails to latch on.
Good job, Cat.
修行本能全開だぜ
Wow.
I don't know if that... Oh, well.
That answers my question. Fuck you.
I don't care.
I'll tank it.
かまつぜ
Nice.
どうだ大事に使うからな依頼一丁上がり
This spider used to give me a lot of problems, but I think I've learned some techniques to exploit some of the larger windows.
Since then. The...
Most dangerous part of fighting her is still that double flamethrower attack, but I think I've learned how to deal with it somewhat.
おっしゃ次だ次
nice end screen filled with monster and explosions. Alright, let's see here. Okay, for that, I got more points than the research. Well, back when when I was hunting the research target, so oh, maybe I can hunt the spider bitch for a bit. Expand our available investigations
in around this level. Yosh there.
さあさあ特売日だよ
Feline Dermac? Will I get nope? Oh, of course not. Ugh.
凝ってるね
I hate the fact that
All these
ちょっと緊張
cute room decorations are random. You have to hope that the room decorations will appear in the lottery, and then you have to hope that you get lucky on the lottery. That's like double RNG to get a room decoration.
I feel like that's
a little too RNG. Yeah, it's just for decorations, but still.
I like to decorate my room. Have you guys seen my room?
Beyond this, every single item on this shelf had to be
Earned from that asshole and his lottery.
I'm technically still looking for something to replace this cat, and I'm not sure about this one. The bubble is kind of cute actually. Maybe I'll keep it, but
Yeah, I want to replace the cat with something.
and maybe the submarine because the submarine is hideous. But again, it is a cute cat submarine in this game.
Oh,
I
君
give me the fucking ticket.
Thank you.
今日も頑張って参りましょう
Snaring life, elemental blight. I'll do this. How have I not gotten enough of these yet?
Oh,
Let's see, what do we get?
こちらになります
We got an Anjanath. Technically, if I want to have the best chance of getting a Daimyo Hermitor hunt, I should hunt this Anjanath. They'll give me a Daimyo Hermitor to hunt. But this, at the same time, this just gives me more EXP.
decisions.
キュリアの猛威未だ収まらずですねけれどあなた様の存在
You know
が
what?
とて
I
も心
need
強く
to hunt one more in the lava caverns.
So we'll do this.
大丈夫です
Oops. That's not what I want. That's the one I want.
人や
Time to eat. You know, I got my combat trucks.
Green light. Yes, everyone.
Ah, it's good coffee.
Alright. Technically,
Yeah, the
Dango looks good, but
さて
and this game would normally make me, you know, want to try the dango, but I know for a fact that dango is made out of rice flour, and I do not like the taste of rice flour.
頼むぜ相棒
in cooking. You know how it is in games, chat.
Where you play a game and in that game is delicious food, and then you end up being like,
Oh, I want to eat that.
you know, you guys have had that happen to you, right, in games?
And the gameplay just makes you feel like,
一歩前
oh,
進
I want to try that.
Most games do that for me. This game doesn't because, yeah, I already know I'm gonna dislike
Dango, Yoshi.
行くぜ 頼むぜ相棒
Maybe I can cut short my collection route even more because the Spirit Bird Collar gets me so many so much power in the long run that maybe I don't need to do this. Or at least I can do even less of it. But then again, I'm going directly for pickups that I want.
Right.
Last time I tried to hunt the monster by just going straight for hunting helpers without actually collecting spirit birds, I think I felt like I didn't have enough spirit birds.
もらい
This could also be just because of the fact that there's a lot of birds in a small area in this map. Let's get them to fight.
Hey, hey,
You guys wanna fight?
hey, hey.
さらに強く力を吹き出せ
Would you guys wanna fight?
You guys wanna fight? Yeah, go fight.
終了開始だ 見つけたぜ
Engine has lost.
Which means
はい取った
Let's go.
総流始めるぜ
get him.
What?
広い
Ensnaring life? What? Where? Where was the ensnaring life? Oh, it's the bats!
I forgot the bats.
And the ensnaring life in this.
Ah,
決まったぜ
Can't stick. Attack.
せーの
you.
Nah, I couldn't get it. That's fine. It's a long shot anyway. What?
Ah,
Oh, did I miss my shield?
Stab.
でかいのが来るぜ俺の音も最高
Oh,
これは俺が
It's fine. I can take it.
達成も近そうだ
Oh,
I'm standing in fight.
oh, thank you, cats.
依頼一つこなしたぜ
Charge and
捕まって
You.
oh,
てめえは俺が
fuck you.
さ
Nice
すが俺の音も
And paralyzed.
Another one.
Fuck you.
全開だぜ
Surprised we didn't.
Break an egg sack yet.
Put a lot of damage into it.
Fuck you. There it goes.
愛してるぜ俺の音
Slam
も
first.
Swipe and stab.
さすが俺の音も
Go.
てめえは俺が狩る
Oh,
よいしょ
Hold it.
where do we go?
よし今だ
I think we're going to go to the Senator.
So, let's go.
総流行く
Although,
ぜ
actually, no, we're not gonna go to the Senator.
We're going to
Do this. I'm not going to risk
思い
fucking
つ
this
った
up
か
again. Just going to go
directly into the wall and
両本能
fuck out.
全開だぜ俺の音も最高依頼一つ達成だ
Stab. Fuck you. Good job, cat.
もらった
and I got the kill proc.
Nice.
I very rarely get the kill.
Kill proc on her because the head is so hard to hit.
It's going amazingly.
で仕留めるこれからださて
Right.
追いかけますか
What? My controller just vibrated. Like there was a explosion. That was a steak explosion. That was super delayed. I've never seen that happen before with my steak. Okay, technically there is this weird bug with the steak in this game.
よし
Where for some reason the steak just doesn't tick. I have yet to figure out why the steak sometimes does that. It feels like it has something to do with the steak being out of bounds, like underneath the map or something. Because that seems to be when it happens. But I have never seen the steak not detonate that long before. It normally just delays its ticks just a little bit, not by like several seconds, more like half a second. I wanted to go and get those that
総
bone.
流始めるぜ
Oh, well, it's fine.
I think I get about it.
Go. I know you probably hate being in the fire, Mr. Senator,
but patience, patience. I'm gonna take you to meet a new friend. Oh wow! So his side attack changes depending on the shell that he has.
that's good to know.
Pounce and
Pounce and pounce and finisher.
どんなもんだ
really my cat's drugs on. Oh,
打ちかまつぜ
cancel. Can I get it off in time?
俺が狩る
Yeah.
It's fine, it's fine.
I'll take it. Oh shit.
Oh!
That was strange.
Fuck you.
全開だぜ
Oh wow.
Uh,
Alright then. Nice. Swipe.
there?
How have I not broken the claws yet?
Fuck you.
I'm amazed that the claws are still unbroken.
さすが俺のお供
Oh, technically pincers.
But I get out of here.
調子に
Fuck you. Good job, cat.
Back up and one more big one.
Fuck you.
Oh god damn it.
She backed out of the...
Attack. Cat! Cat! That's not what I need right now! Cat! Yeah. What? Really?
追跡
Leaving
する
already.
ぜ 研ぐぜ
Maybe nice,
さらに強く
powder,
この粉塵で強くなる
powder.
Me that.
Thank you,
Me that as well.
thank you.
Alright. Let's go, chat. Come over here.
Hi.
Oh god. Oh, okay. No.
That was a longer delay than I expected.
Come here. Fuck you. It- Slam.
First. Okay, now her club broke.
Ah. Wait, what? Did, did that really not hit me?
Fuck you.
キレキレだぜでかいのが来るぜ
Ah, damn. No detonation.
Oh. Stop.
Yeah, that was a huge delay. Cancel. Ah, god damn it, really? Yeah.
狩猟本能全開だぜ俺の音も最高
I heard the
Audio cue.
for the attack, but it didn't actually land.
Interesting.
How did I break 3 parts with a single attack?
もうすぐ枯れるぜ覚悟しやがれ
What? Really? You put it down now?
What the fuck? She's already left.
もらい
Oh well.
Where's she going?
Going to sleep?
No.
He's still on alert.
I. Fuck you.
Oh, I've never seen her do this attack for a long while.
I'm not sure if my swing choice did it.
Oh,
Fuck you.
oh,
決まりだ もらうぜ
I almost feel sorry for babies.
in an egg sack. Oh well.
He's dead now. You're gonna come with me.
Take you to a new home where you're going to work as our
Exactly.
as our silk slaves.
Yes. Give us all your sticky white stuff.
What is? See? Oh, message there. Okay.
余裕だな
Right. Let's see. 102. I can't tell if the EXP I'm getting is decreased or not. I mean, the bar. I can't tell if it's decreased or if it's always been this slow. Feels slow. Ish. Oh well. Gotta fill out the grind. Do all the grind. Yeah.
今日はお得なセールだよ。おめでとう。なんか不思議。
Garbage, all garbage.
よーし、やるぞ。ご入をどうも。
Oops, I did that too early. I kind of wish that we didn't have limited wire bugs in town. There's clearly I mean, the devs clearly have a way to give us infinite wire bugs since we can toggle an option in the training ground to give us infinite wire bugs, and yet we can't have infinite wire bugs while we're wandering around town, and it slows us down a little bit. I kinda wish we did have infinite wire bugs, to be honest. Oh, I...
おいでよ
Let me go to the washroom again? Yes, I can chat. Love y'all. Hope everyone's enjoying the stream so far. But yeah, gotta go to the washroom. Am I gonna be able to make level 111 before Dark Tide comes out? Feels like I'm gonna have to grind this game every day, to be honest. Cause it's like... it's taking so long. Just 8 more levels, goddammit. Oh well. You're here. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Oh.
I'm back. Okay. Get back into it.
BDSM chest harness and
You my 11 spot.
are you drunk? I wonder why he gave me the same message twice. It's not supposed to do that.
I don't have my
VLM spot set to repeat any message.
and
Yet it did that. Did the bot disconnect or die at some point? It might have. But oh well,
I kinda
not really relying on the bot anyway because
that bot is trash.
at least on Windows. I mean, not on Windows. I mean,
At least on YouTube.
although I have a feeling it's more the problem with YouTube rather than the bot. YouTube's API is very, very stingy with with the information that it passes around.
お待ちしておりました。
Citadel,
Flash bombs and
large monster tail. Neither of this. I can't do it. Neither of these are easy for me. So
so yeah, we're gonna learn.
聞か
whoops.
せてくださいね。
We need to do that. Hang on.
はい。はい、受付いたします。会議クエストはこちらになります。
3 more quests. Still Claw Plus, yeah. It's not high enough level yet.
Damn.
Let's do this engine hunt. See if we can get lucky and get
あ
a
なた様であれば大丈夫です。
I'm your Hamitor.
before the research request runs out.
Okay,
It feels a little sore.
let me drink some water. Trying to really stay hydrated.
Aye.
Meow. 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 Meow.
出発するか。
Right. Let's go. Anomaly Engineer.
It's been ages since I hunted an
気合
anomaly
十分だ。
Anjanath.
頼むぜ相棒。
Hope I remember how to fight him. Probably don't remember how to fight him though. I can't remember anything about Anomaly Engineer.
Oh.
I wonder if I should cut out some of the bird collection.
Here.
I could speed up my bird collection massively if I cut out a chunk of the birds.
いただき。
Let
You know what? Let's try it. Let's try to cut out some of the birds. Going to cut out that area down there. Immediately go here. Get these. Get that. And get that. Ooh,
使えそうなものは
lots of notes. Down here. Charge. That bird. And now up here. Ooh, another wind note. Lucky. Getting lots of wind notes. The screaming pheasant. Right. That should have cut out some seconds from my run. So go here. Get my cat out. There we go. I remember last time I was here, I learned it was better to start with the whale nard and the spider, so we're going to do that.
強く狩らせてもらうぜ
Give me that. Give me that. Right, let's go. I'm going to ignore that because I don't know how much time we have left before Angie decides to leave. So, whale nard.
標的発見てめえは俺が狩るはっ用心しろよ
Ah. Could you find each other, please? Thanks. Oh, Angie won? Huh. Surprising.
総流行くぜ
Oh. Bonk. Aye.
思い
Your
つい
turn.
たか
Let's go.
俺の総流見せてやるぜ
Uh. Beam and beam and one more. I can't do a full combo. Oh, doesn't matter. Get in. Could you stop pushing me towards Angie, please? Thank you. I forgot that's multi-hit. Oh, fucking. I need to stop doing that. Eh?
でかいのが来るぜ愛してるぜ俺の頭よ
Good job. Fuck you. Eh. Oh yeah, I forgot how far he moves whenever he gets up.
最高
Stop.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
治療本能
No, you don't.
開だぜ
Good job.
Right when he went back into red mode, that's
Well, perfect.
てめえは俺が
Fuck you. Oh,
damn. Oh. Ah, that was a long shot anyway.
fuck you. Yes!
Aw, he's leaving.
Alright,
追跡するぜ
let's see.
達成も近そうだ依頼
Cat is over there. Not sure if I can reach him before he leaves. He left. Let's go back to camp. This will be faster if we go to camp.
はい着いた
Right. Oh man, Namalo's here.
Don't worry, Magna.
I'm just passing by.
No any trouble. I know you like to suck people to get your powers, but
I'm not looking for that right now.
使えそうなものはと
Come here. Oh, really? Did you hit the small?
raptors up.
Oh. Ah, can't do that. Oh,
愛してるぜ俺のお供よ総流始めるぜ
Angie.
got you and your friend.
Ah,
Really?
swipe and fuck you.
決まったぜぶっ倒せ
One and
Cancel.
two.
Oh. Nice, good job, Cat.
Okay, give me that.
Charge. Fuck you.
俺が狩る
What?
Uh,
さすが
Alright, I'll take it. Oh. I hope I don't miss his head.
捕まっぜ
ah, damn.
Come here.
Gotcha.
これで仕留めるよいしょ
I'm going to prepare for another knockdown.
Oh, god damn it. I missed. Fuck.
Yeah. Can't believe I missed just because he moved his head up a little
俺
bit.
のお供最新用本能全開だぜ
Fuck you.
Who's he even aiming at?
Yeah. I'll leave it already.
さて追いかけますか。
One of the most annoying things about
Monster Hunter is if the monster moves slightly and causes you to miss your attack, and it's not like the monster's intentionally evading your attack, it just happens to move in a certain way, makes you fuck up. Every hunter hates it when that happens.
用心しろよ。
fuck you.
愛してるぜ俺の友よ。 せーの。
Oh,
What did I just break? Ah, I missed. Oh, I guess it was a long shot.
oh, I broke the other leg. Okay, good.
最高でかいのが来るぜ。
Ah,
Fuck, I can't cancel all of that.
oh, I didn't think he was that close.
Fine.
Missed a chance to do a
Full burst. Oh,
用心しろよ。
stay right there, please. Thank you.
don't know if my barrage could do. Ah! Oh god damn. Ah, fuck.
仕掛けてくるぜ。
Oh, oh, oh. Fuck you.
Good job,
大
cat.
チャンス。
Fuck you.
愛してるぜ俺の友よ。
Come on. One.
And you know he could perform the attack with only one hit.
行くぜ。
It's good to know. Really?
Again. His HP must be low if he's bursting that often.
Really low.
What?
Oh, come on.
"追跡するぜ。 撤退するぜ。
A new annoying thing that Rise introduced is you trying to counter and the monster they're just missing you, so you don't get the benefit of the counter and you're like, oh god damn it, stop missing me. Oh well. Hi. Oh, it's a good thing I had a Chopper Hat for that. It would have been annoying if my Chopper Hat didn't stop his roar from staggering me.
捕まって。
Fuck you. I knew that was gonna land eventually. Oh, perfect. And he's low. Let's try to see if we can kill him.
俺のお供愛してるぜ。俺のお供よ。
Stay right there, please.
どうだ。
That works, I guess.
もらうぜ。
Kill him by blowing up the tip of his tail.
Apparently I couldn't make his tail splooge all over me.
Oh well, it's fine.
Hi Magna. Actually, hang on. Discard one and
Give me that.
I said give me that fucking bug, goddammit! Thank you.
キレキレだぜ。
That's my blown up tail.
I almost feel sorry for him. Uh oh. Give me very few Amber Essences for this. Interesting, so I'm fairly certain that the number of Amber Essences are tied to the star difficulty of the monster, because he is really high level but he's only giving me 6, and the last couple of times I was hunting like 5-6 star monsters, they're giving me way more, consistently giving me like 10 or 9 Amber Essences, but now I've gone down to 6. Interesting. I got a Duratidos, but not a crap. God damn it.
Oh well.
さあさあ特売日だよ。おおやったね。
Oh, I've been a statue.
得
The
しちゃったね。
decoration that I do not want.
なんか不思議。
Oh well. I'm used to it. I'm used to the game being an ass.
毎度あり。
Let's just go and check out on that Espina statue, see if it's ugly, as ugly as I think it is. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's as hideous.
Wait. Hang on a second.
I can rotate this? Huh? I didn't know I could rotate this. Why could we do that? Huh? Hang on a second.
Hang on a second.
Wait, it's just a rotate preview. Can I not?
Can I not?
Set the doll to be like that? Oh, I can't. Oh, okay, yeah.
Fuck that shit.
Fuck it. I don't care about rotating if I can't save the rotation.
What kind?
What?
Why?
That's why letting me rotate the statue if I can't save the position of the rotation. God fucking damn it. Fucking god damn this game. Monster Hunter dev team, let us save the rotation value of the statue. If you ever see this, I doubt you will though. Just nobody. I doubt anybody, not, I doubt even the community manager will see this. Oh well. Pain got me very little stuff.
What the fuck, Pain?
Pain? Pain, are you holding out on me?
Are you sneaking away some
Stuff?
Pain?
You give me shit.
Pain?
Yeah. Oh, a Diablo scroll. Alright, I'll take that. Station is just one more thing to tease you with. Yeah.
No rotating sex toy for me.
Oh well.
So lucky.
How's your work week going? Hope it's going smoothly still. Let's see, what do we get? Combust tuna, that's not what I want. Scatterfish, okay, that's good. Combust tuna and scatterfish. I wish for more scatterfish to be honest, but oh well, I'll take it.
Sadly, no.
Great white fish. See? Let's see here. Baldur dragon and fish here. The lava caverns remains the place that gives me the most amount of fish nodes. Why? Why is the fucking volcano the place that most consistently gives me fish nodes with bonuses on it? Ugh. You know what?
You know what?
We'll go here. Double Fish Note and
Elder Dragon.
like some buddies. We'll send
White Jackal, Cass.
Kuro and Great Toddy.
Nice up.
Zombie fighting time too.
Oh, you mean 7 days to die?
Good luck.
Hope you guys get
Lots of good mats, and you kill all the zombies, and you guys don't get gangbanged by the zombies.
Eesh. You're supposed to do the gangbang.
Not the zombies. Alright, these are still fine. Although howlers are getting a little low. Looks like we have to go and get god bugs again
And
and get seeds as well.
yeah.
God bugs and seeds. Right. A Kylon, give me Might Seed,
Geokai
give me Adamant Seed,
and fuck yeah.
give me God bug.
Off you go.
I'm gonna drink some water while we say goodbye to the cats. Bargaining.
Bonus.
Springneck. Okay. Let's go to Central Plaza and I need to cook some food.
Monthly mix.
It's fine. Gourmet fish is getting a little low, so let us cook some fish.
There we go. Yeah.
Energy drink.
Look at all the damn energy drinks I'm stockpiling.
Yeah. Should I just start using these? I prefer having meat though.
Well done steak is a Monsanto staple.
I don't feel like I want to give it a well done steak just for energy drinks.
Oh. How much coffee do I have left?
One more dose of combat drugs. Everyone.
Green light? Yes. Meow. Meow.
Are you fucking serious? What? Did... Really? Really? 80% chance on both skills and they both fail? What the fuck? I... What? God fucking... Damn it! Yeah. Yeah. Never seen
万丈
such bullshittery before. God fucking... God fucking damn it. Fucking... Fucking... Fucking...
会議クエストはこちらになります。
I have.
This is the first time I can get 3 modifiers that makes the quest more difficult.
この件がすべて解決したら、私ぜひあなた様が育ったカムラの里を訪ねてみたいです。
Let's try it. I'm kind of curious how much percentage bonus I get from this. I also need to develop a faster bird route in that map anyway.
Let's go.
飛燕万丈行くぜ
I used to collect a lot of birds, but
Let's cut out most of them.
はい取った
give me this spider.
Up.
着々と進行中だもらい
Meet that.
Oh, Yoshi.
頼むぜ相棒
Up and
It's faster if I walk the.
run up the stairs myself. It's, for some reason the dog's climbing animation is slower than the hunters when on steps like those. Might as well get this.
Hi.
Mention we're cutting the
Yoshi.
cutting it short.
そうだ
In here.
到着
Lucky life? Where?
Oh, it's right nearby.
Hang on. Lucky life, I'll appreciate it if you don't move.
Until I get to you.
Now where are you? You below? Yep.
There. Thank you.
Alright. She's going back to the main camp entrance so we can actually get them off.
強く
Buffs.
この粉塵で強くなる
Powders. Fish. Drugs. Change.
てめえは俺が狩る
Stop with that.
Alright, I forgot. This guy is so low to the ground that
でかいのが来るぜ
doing the stake is pointless because the stake hits too high to actually hit him. Yeah.
In that place.
Ah, God damn it. Get back here.
Good job, Cat.
Go on, he'll stay still. Yeah, okay, he's staying still.
Fuck you.
You okay, Mr. Fish? Sure. Get over here, please. Thank you. Fuck you. Recovers from that knockdown state very quickly. Fish, are you okay? Really? Explosion already. Anytime you're ready, Dewey. Really? Yeah. Oh, God damn it. That was a multi-hit. Oh, it's because of the
Water.
the mud piles, isn't it?
てめえは俺が狩る
Ah, fucking.
着々と進行中だ
Good job, Cat.
Back up.
Charge and
Fuck you. Sadly, knockdown states don't stack.
俺の音も
because that was a
KO and a detonation knockdown.
oh,
よし今だ
Is he leaving or is he still fighting? Oh, he's
he's trying to build his armor again.
てめえは俺が狩る
Oh,
Fuck you. Ah, god damn it. Stab. Oh, really? Bitch! God damn it.
さて追いかけますか。集中。
Would you stop moving around, please? Ah, fucking annoying.
Fucking fish.
Yes, sir. Oh god, be fucking kidding me!
てめえは俺が狩る。
Ah, fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Almu John.
でかいのが来るぜ。
I could use the help.
達成も近そうだ。キレキレだぜ。もらった。
Nice to
覚悟しやがれ。
Mounting on Almu John.
let's go.
総流始
I
め。
appreciate the help. Oh no. Ah, fuck. He detonated. It's unfortunate. What? Attack should have hit me, but it didn't.
Well, you know, I don't care.
信用本能全開だぜ。
What?
俺の音も最高。俺の総流見せてやるぜ。
What do I do with you now? We take you to fight someone else.
Yeah, I think I'll take you to fight someone else. Hi.
What? Did he just hit check backwards? What? Okay, you know, I don't fucking care. That really does look like he's hip checking backwards, but I don't care.
Smash. Smash.
Yeah.
Smash. Smash.
Smash.
And smash.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh,
I'll take it, I guess. Slam first.
and stab.
Make fine.
Fuck you.
Ow.
よいしょ
Oh, tired? Right.
Another big one.
俺のお供てめえは俺
In
が
your face! Directly down your throat!
I'm surprised it's taking me that long to. I forgot to change my
I.
species decal.
Fuck. Oh,
さすが俺のお供
What? Okay, that works.
さあ行くぜ
stab!
愛してるぜ俺のお供よ
Thank you for coming back.
せーの
Yeah. What?
I think I didn't miss like there.
さあ行くぜ
Yeah.
俺のお供最高用心しろよ
Fuck you. Wow.
Oh, come on.
愛してるぜ俺のお供よ
Oh, really?
Sleeping, huh?
少し研ぐだけで
Okay, I'll
ピカ
take
ピ
it.
カ 爆弾を仕掛けた爆弾を置いたぜ着々と進行中だ
Change. Big one is not ready yet, so we'll do this.
Let's wake up.
Again to the wall, please.
Yeah.
俺のお供最高
Should be really close to death now.
Now.
もうすぐ枯れるぜ
Oh.
Maybe the next bomb will get him.
Maybe he might not make it to the next bomb.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ah,
Fuck.
これからだ
Oh.
this was a shot.
入れ切れ味
This should kill him, so I'm not going to take my buffs.
Just going to bomb his ass.
ドカンとかまそうぜ爆弾を仕掛けた
Wakey wakey.
で仕留める
Time to die. Oh wow, he's not dead yet. Stay right there.
俺のお供
Really? That didn't force him out of the water.
Fuck you.
Maybe I'm underestimating him because he's a Gyarados, but I felt like he
Should have died a lot quicker.
But then again, a good chunk of the fight he spent underwater, so I couldn't do this. Is one of my most damaging attacks.
Oh well.
Time to see how much of a bonus triple difficulty modifiers gives me.
Let's see.
おっしゃ次だ次
6 ambulances, that's normal.
Let's see.
Carapace.
Yep.
Now how much? Oh wow. I get double the completion bonus.
Interesting.
Hmm.
So it's really worthwhile to get
All of this detriment stacked on a single mission.
interesting.
おやいらっしゃい
All
Trash.
よーしやるぞ今後ともごひいきに
Actually, I think we'll do one more hunt.
Yeah.
I totally have a busy weekend coming up.
I have to.
Oh, there's the usual D&D happening, and then after that I have to make sure to sleep early immediately after D&D to prepare to go out and do something with my family. So we're going to do one last hunt, get myself to the next anomaly research level. Bar is almost full, and we'll call it a stream there. Blah 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 blah. Right. One last washroom break.
And then we'll do.
The last hunt of the stream. And I technically need to also review the recording because I need to check the encoding to see if the encoding is good or not.
今日もいけてるな
But I'll do that later.
Okay.
BRB chat. Love you all. My chat. I'm back. Time for us to get ready to do last hunt for today. I'm actually getting sleepy, which is kind of strange because I think I sleep enough yesterday.
I did.
And I've been drinking coffee and yet I still feel sleepy.
Oh.
Just gonna power through the final hunt. Although technically I need to go into VR chat after the hunt, but stomach's feeling a little upset as well.
So much shit happening.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. I'll look at that later once
またな
once I'm actually done with the stream.
Get him. Get him. Get him later. Oh, now the game decides to give me triple rose.
Yeah. Giving me nothing but worthless harvesting bonuses all stream, and then now it decides to give me triple rolls, really.
Ugh. Yeah.
さて
お待ちしておりました。
Let's see.
Welcome parts.
Right.
会員クエストに挑まれますか？
In the end, I couldn't find a Daimyo Helmet tour in time for this.
Oh. Let's do one last spider bitch.
この件が全て解決したら
Spider
私
bitch.
ぜひ安寧の日が訪れますように。
Everything good? Alright, let's go.
Last hunt for the night, chat.
期限万丈頼むぜ相棒
We have a Foof, I believe. Even though this game in English calls him a Keizu, I think his name, the monster's name is
着々と進行中だ
Furukuru, was it? Or Furufu? Can't remember the exact name of that monster. The monster I called the
Adorable chicken.
Hi Peanut, welcome. Technically we're at the last hunt for the stream though, but I'm glad you're here regardless.
何が出るかな
How are you doing?
You have a good week?
うなれピッケル
I'm probably not going to use Basarios because Basarios is honestly one of the worst monsters that you can get to help you in a
頼
hunt.
むぜ相棒
These attacks are so fucking slow. I swear.
Yeah, I hope you're doing okay, Peanut.
いただき
Let us go and
Switch over to
combat cat
到
and
着
get this final hunt of the night underway. Let me take that with me.
go here.
よし
Oh, he's changing locales.
Alright, that's fine.
I'll just follow him
力を
up
引き
here.
出せ
Oh,
Getting my
さらに強く
buffs.
gonna kill a chicken in his big butt.
終了開始だ
Got him.
Cracked him in his adorable little tail.
Right. Let us go.
総流行くぜ
I've forgotten how fast he runs.
Looks like he runs faster than every other monster in the game.
Doesn't it? Well,
There's the spider bitch.
Spider Beach.
Finisher.
I doubt I'll be able to proc that Thunder Blight because
どんなもんだ
hitting a hit is possible, but let's try it. If we can proc the Thunder Blight, then nope.
Fail.
Oh, that's fine.
Fuck you.
達成も近そうだ
You know, I never knew you could actually break her webbing on the rear legs.
I never. Oh, god damn it! Stab. Stab.
着々と進行中だ広い一
Back
丁
up.
上がる
Charge. Fuck you.
Okay, it's good to know that applying a new stick doesn't erase.
My first stick. Stab.
愛してるぜ俺の頭
I was a bit worried that
俺の
my stick might get erased.
Right, turns out it doesn't.
Oh,
Stab.
charge.
And fuck you.
She... Oh,
Oh, good job, cat.
back up.
Charge.
There we go. Oh,
Too early. Ah,
okay, now let's see if we can proc that Thunder Blight. Assuming I can touch a fucking head. Ah, fuck!
愛してせーの
Doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to reach her head.
yeah, I failed to get ahead.
Oh well.
It's fine, I'm used to it.
捕まって
Oh, now she presents a head.
Bitch. Fuck you.
It's about only presenting your head when there's no point in me going for it anymore.
よし今だ
Oh. Should I take her to Basarios?
総流始めるぜ
Yeah, let's do it.
We'll go to Basarios.
Get him to help me. Basarios is leaving though. Fuck.
Oh, it's fine.
I'll chase after him. Oh, hi. That's not good. Having an extra monster here was
Not part of the plan, but oh,
just gonna make do, I guess.
総流
Ah,
行くぜ
fucking. Ah!
かいのが来るぜ。
Okay, just do finisher.
Because this guy's attacks are so slow.
Can't miss.
Chance of him missing.
思い知ったか。ぶっ倒せ。
Cancel. Fuck you.
さすが俺のお供。
Stab.
First and
Wow. Stab.
yeah, I don't know what causes that. The stick to get delayed. Oh god damn it! I shouldn't have been greedy for that.
Really?
俺のお供最高。愛してるぜ俺のお供よ。
Fuck you.
A little help here.
Cat. Fuck you.
Ah!
Good job.
で仕留める。
Stab.
さすが俺のお供。ぶちかますぜ。
Oh.
さて追いかけますか。
And here's the thing, there's technically some pickups I left behind. I want to go and get them.
Coming down this way.
Down here.
Oh. Oot.
はい取った。
Yeah. Give me that. All the shinies, thank you.
Right. Now we grab this and we start heading towards.
Where the spiders?
Refresh my bus along the way.
力を引き出せ。さらに強
Right.
く。
Here. She aggroed on too. Oh.
しゃ行くぜ。
Ah. Oh god damn it! Ah! I backstabbed into that! No.
信用本能全開だぜ。
I took a risk with that. you.
用心しろよ
Oh, 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 god damn it. I keep forgetting how large the AO is. Eh. Go.
つかまって俺のお供愛してるぜ俺の
Oh. Thought the arm was gonna kill me.
Slam first.
Oh.
これからだ追跡するぜ
Oh, of course, you put down the smoker right when she leaves.
Ugh. Alright,
何が出るかな
that two.
I'll save that for later. Eat fish. Switch.
これで仕留める
Hi.
俺のお供さすが俺のお供
Oops, I forgot.
She did that twice. Bitch. Fuck you. Stab.
What? Really?
Uh,
Alright.
stab.
I can't reach that in time.
So I'm just gonna go directly into this.
Did I break?
まだまだ
Did I break her head?
I think that'll be a first time for me.
Come here.
Oh, tired? Fuck you.
Yeah, I think I did break her head. Oh, I've broken her head before. Oh. Wow. I've never seen it performed at a time.
Lots of firsts in this one. Yeah.
Oh, god damn it. Get back here. Bitch.
you.
弱ってるみたいだな。
Good, last bit of damage before she goes to bed.
集中。
5 minutes left? Yeah, we got it. Should be fine.
Alright, Osiris.
Use me. Do I have enough time to wait? I'm worried that the spider might wake up before my big one comes off cooldown. Because monsters tend to wake up very quickly now. Oh, let's try.
治療本能全開だぜ。
Come on. Come on. Just a little more. Wake up!
Ah, fuck. I
Fucked up my...
That was supposed to go differently.
I fucked up. Yeah, I fucked that up really badly. God, I'm too sleepy.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh, this isn't going well.
足一つだぜ。
Oh, god damn it!
No!
No! Oh!
Okay, if she had caught me with that, I'd
Probably be dead.
さすが俺のお供。 仕掛けてくるぜ。
That is a very... Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah!
回復しといたぜ。
Yeah. I nearly died! Fuck! Fucking die, bitch! Oh my god. That was too close.
もらうぜ。
Yeah, I fucked up that another fight so hard.
Oh well. There's something I want to check though. That is a gigantic stink mink.
You're not normally that large.
Aww.
Aww. Oh, he looks adorable.
Yeah, they're not normally this large. They're smaller than this. But oh well.
You're coming with me.
Like, I'm gonna take you home.
Oh, おっしゃ。次だ次。
What? Oh. We're done with the hunts today.
Level 103. 8 more levels to go.
Fuck. Oh, it's gonna take fucking forever.
Ugh.
Oh well. Nothing I can do about it.
雑貨屋へようこそ。完成。
Oh. Windproof is garbage though. If Windproof was replaced with any other skill, this could be good, but it's
Garbage because
Windproof is
garbage.
行くぞ。ご利用どうも。
Alright.
Redemption.
Come here, Mother.
今日もいけてるな
There you go.
頼りにしてるぜ
I'm giving treats for being such a good birdie.
Yeah, we're done chat. Ah.
I wonder if I feel sleepy.
To be honest. But thank you so much for being here, whether you're lurking or chatting.
Love you.
Hope you guys enjoyed the stream and hope to see you guys next time.
Ah,
So ends our relatively short hunting stream. Oh, I'm gonna have to grind every day just to make sure I get my ER to 111
before.
before Dark Tide comes out, possibly also before TU3 comes out. Oh god. Oh well. Still, usually in a stream stuff chat, when you hit that like and subscribe button and click the bell down below. Gotta fit the YouTube algorithm now. As usual, thank you so much to my
Big tip energy supporters.
thank you guys for giving me so much of your love.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you to Lucky, Crab, Raz, Dotga, Foxy, and Maka. Thank you. And also, next up, thank you to my Patreon and Fansly supporters, Leah, Maka, Sakito, Kailan, Lucky, and Shu.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
If I feel I'm gonna get into well, first I'm gonna get something light to eat, and then if I feel energetic enough, I'm going to get into VR and probably try to take some more photos for Hensley and Patreon content. Well, technically it's content for everyone, but the unused stuff goes on to Hensley and Patreon. Yeah, you guys know the deal by now. Yeah, okay.
I'm tired. How am I still so tired? I'm just gonna go first and
Bring out time. Can't believe how sleepy I am. I managed to get enough sleep last night. I don't know why I'm so sleepy.
it's weird.
Got so much I had to do this weekend as well. But oh well. I'll try to make sure I get enough sleep for this weekend. Yeah, I need to make sure I get enough sleep. Otherwise, I won't be able to grind. For your grind. So